What's up? Alright. Paige said I should come and vamp for her. I need to I need to sit down and try to make her setup a little bit more robust. Cause when she was first setting everything up, I was like, oh okay, we'll just I'll set up kind of the minimum amount, the minimum setup because I was like, oh, you'll wanna do your own thing most likely, customize it to yourself. Um, but instead she's just kind of rocked and rolled with the most basic version. And I think that is inhibiting some aspects of her streaming. Vampire? At least I don't have very pointy canines. So I don't think so. They're kind of flat, honestly. I was just about to start watching C4. Whoa. Because I finally, well, almost at least, resolved the issues with the admin task that I'm trying to set up to where I can do it while I watch C4 and blah 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 blah. C4 hype, yeah, I'm excited, dude. Friday is going to be just, it's going to be lore heaven. I've got thoughts about episode 95 of C1. I'm gonna have watched a lot more C4. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna be the Lord Master. I don't I also don't know how long I'm meant to vamp.
Like, one more minute.
Oh, she says one more minute.
I wasn't.
Where's your favorite host? Your favorite host accidentally went live early. So I am here filling the time. Oh my god. That I got so much closer, so much quicker than I was anticipating.
Yeah, my chair kind of does
that. Yeah. Oh man. Look, I'm telling you, I know that the lamp is nice to have in both locations. We might just need to get another lamp so that it's easier to just. But I don't know shit about lighting. That's someone the other day was like, "Wow, your lighting looks so much better after the break," and I was like, "Oh, does it?"
Didn't change anything.
Didn't change it on purpose, at least. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Goodbye. I'm gonna go do other stuff.
Here you go watch C4.
Yeah, sir.
Alright. We are in. We most likely have most things set up probably correctly. And we are going to possibly finish Strange Antiques today. We shall see if that actually happens. But my goal was to finish it in October. But I think if we have to go one in November, that'll be fine. But we'll see. I have I've been out at 4:15 my time, so I'm watching. I wanted to see how loud the squeak toy is. That bug is squeaking behind me. It doesn't seem to register too much on the mic, so she can keep it for now. I dare not take it away if I don't have to. But yeah, we're gonna get into it. Session 4 of Strange Antiques. Alright. And it's raining. Oh, I haven't lit my candle yet. Gotta light the candle. If I was inebriated, I might sing Light My Candle from Rent, but we're not there yet. I'm also not drinking, so I'm not planning on getting inebriated, but who knows? Maybe this water had something in it. Alright. Kind of forgot where we were at, so let's revisit. We've got all of our people filled in now. Let's see. What unsolved mysteries we have. We had 3 resonant objects, lightest first, heaviest last. But I think we already did that, I believe. Or I know we did that. The thing is it popped something up. That is what we do not know what to do with yet, I believe. Let's see. All right. Yeah, this screen. We do not know which one of these needs to be clicked yet. It's very similar to this. Like there's the flower and there's the little tines. Question, have you played Potion Craft? Has a video... I have not. I feel like I have heard of it though. I'll have to look into it. I definitely feel like I've heard of that. I know I was really excited for what was the game? The Haunted Chocolatier, I think has still not come out, but was in the one of the games I was really excited for, but I don't think it's come out yet. Yeah, an upcoming Chocolatier Simulator. But let's see, Potion Craft. Okay. Maybe I've seen something similar to this. Maybe I haven't seen this exact one. Because this one does look a little different. I do like it though. You'll have to look into that. That does look like something I'd like a lot. Alright. Let's just get started, I think, with well, I say that. Maybe let's reread what we've got going on here. Had an item, according to a family legend, ancestor mine had an item of thaumic significance in his burial chamber. It has never been found, but not for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave it to those who know what they're doing. Alright. And then we have the Bishop's Square. It's a simple tool of my great-great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on a briar's disc. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zia. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his most prized possessions, so he began hiding them about the castle, noting their locations in a code that only he understood. Okay. Let's... maybe... not that. Let's pull up the castle. one. Do we have any of these symbols on the castle map? I don't believe so. I mean, these are the 4 seasons. And obviously it's meant to have like these symbols fit into it. Part of me thinks like if we just fit 2 symbols in and then click a room, maybe something will happen. Nope, that was a mistake. And we got some angry things. Okay. maybe we just go, we start with a customer today. We start with something a little easier. All right. Edmund Bishop. Did you ever work out what the Bishop Square thingy was? I was just trying. I suddenly remembered this note that I found some time ago and it occurred to me that it might be related. Okay, there you go. I almost threw it away, but it intrigued me, so I held on to it. I haven't a clue what it means. Okay. Blessings in spring, rising in autumn. Alright, let's go to our little symbol book. Is that this one? Yeah. So, where are the... There we go. Autumn, spring. Blessings in spring, so the leaf. And rising in autumn. And I know there's like a blessings. Yeah, is blessings in spring. Okay, so the witch's blessing in the one next to the spring. Okay. Let's look at the map. Rising in autumn. I'm not sure what that's gonna mean yet. Blessings in spring. Okay. So blessings is in spring. Rising in autumn. So that means like here. So I guess we go to the tower and we see what's up. The symbols on the map lead me up the winding stair of the North Tower. The pendant has been carefully hidden, but knowing where to look means that it does not take me long, and I am soon on my way back to the shop with a new trinket to add to our growing collection. Okay. Use the Bishop Square. Okay. So, we did that. We still have this rising in autumn that we kind of got to figure out, but I do not know. This looks like one of those like little massage roller things is what this looks like to me. It's made of wood, oak if I'm not mistaken. I'm never mistaken. Oh, and that spins freely like a little massage roller. Okay. Nothing to remark on scent and sound. Inner perception, also nothing to remark. Okay. So if we have something that's like a massage roller or like a face, I don't know. We'll look out for that in the book. What is that symbol? That rising. Well, also, is there anything that's like rising? But this 0 with like a line through it, or this circle with a line through it. It's almost oil, but it's not. None of these symbols look quite right for what's on that. Because it's just a circle with a line all the way through it. Which none of these are. Alright, well. Help the next customer. Thaddeus White. Something isn't right at the museum. I'm worried it's all my fault. I'd hoped my brother would be back by now. I've had an idea, though. I'm no thaumaturge, but I think I can weaken it using a witherance. Oh dear me, this had better work. A witherance. Let's see. Witherance. A witherance is the inverse of a fortinance and is sometimes put to more malicious use. These can be crafted from stone like the fortinance, but wood is more commonly used. Okay. Wood is more commonly used. Okay. So let's look at fortinance if we have it. We do. Fortinance can enhance physical strength, restore strength that has been sapped. Okay. And we have a fortinance somewhere over here. It's only one word, so theoretically it should be easier to find. Fortinance. Am I just missing it? Or is it on the right and I forgot? Oh no, fortinance, right there. Okay. So, the opposite of a fortinance. I mean, the thing we just got kind of looks like a witherance. Honestly. I mean, and it's made of wood. I could definitely see this being a witherance, so I'm gonna try it. Nope. Not it. Okay. Maybe it's this. Let's see what that symbol is first. Did we identify what that symbol was already? Not seeing. It's like this triangle. It's almost water. It's like water with a strike through it. Which doesn't really match anything. But I still think it could be that. For some reason. I don't know why. Oh, and I'm right. Trust your instincts, I guess. And it'll work. Okay. A folium. A blade is drawn across the face of a folium 6 times during the ritual of the Hand of Prior. Dreyer, huntsmen, and those wanting to prove themselves perform this ritual before seeking out the basilisk, as a folium blade is the only known way to pierce its thick armor. Blade is drawn across the face of a folium 6 times. Okay. Alright, so this was a... not a fortinance, but a witherance. So we gotta label that. Witherance. And then, I don't know why this is not in green. We're going to change it to in green. Alright, next customer. Jacob Priestley. My mind is severed. Okay. Sure. For sure. Severed mind. I totally that seems like a problem. And I'm here to fix problems. And you you don't know how to fix it, but I'm going to find out how to fix it for you. For sure. Okay, there's a lot with mind. Let's see if we get lucky and severed is a word in here. It is not. Okay. Oh man, I do not want to just go down the list, but I think we might have to. Okay. Type of method is used to purge unwanted memories. This can alter the mind. It should be used sparingly and considerately. Methods are typically used in communal ceremonies designed to be easily passed from person to person. Let's see. Ecumenical. Ecumenical is receptacle, commonly featuring memento mori, reside in both the mind at the same time, and it cannot be stored indefinitely. When memory has been left for long periods, it can begin to emit unpleasant vapors. Okay. So that's not right either. Let's see. Binding seed. These items are made of two distinct materials. The winding path, the mind is described by a spiral. Winding seed is a form of punishment. Nope, not that one. Okay, Cassander. The eyes of Cassander focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path or paths ahead. These items do not produce a mentic field as one might expect, but rather more splenic. Care should always be taken with any object of prophecy, and these are no different. Okay. I'm not sure. I thought the next one started with a D, but none of those looked right. Oh, diverging hope was one. Okay. Way to carve thoughts from the mind of another. Third party may have no realization. Nope, that's not going to be it either. Eye of Cernunnos. Enable one to enter the minds of lesser creatures. Probably not. Okay, restful method. Hot tea. Taking on different properties depending on the type of method. This particular type can be used to enter meditative state and bypass the rush and clutter of consciousness, promoting clarity of thought. That's not the worst. Like, that's probably the best we've found, but I don't think that's what we need. Hoping for something that's like, we can put the mind back together. Protects against insanity in all forms. Items, like the mind itself, are not well understood. Shadow anchor. A shadow anchor is sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting, or projecting one's presence outside the body. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. Shadow anchor designs can vary greatly. Some prefer pendants, whereas others prefer to clutch a totem in their hands. Some make use of symbology, where others use gemstones. They will always produce a field from the individual branch, however. He said his mind is severed. Which kind of... The shadow anchor kind of sounds like maybe something we could use. Solemn method. So the most powerful. Permits the drinker to forge paths in the mind, to recall what might have been forgotten, or to repair what has been broken. Could be. Repair what has been broken. Thalamic needles are controversial. They can reach into the mind of recently deceased. No. Oh, what is this? The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as the spell is woven, combining symbology. So tricks and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designated dark article, but some want to apply to them. That doesn't quite sound right. Okay. I'm thinking we might try the Salem Method. It's not confirmed yet that that even is the Salem Method, but I think we're going to try it. Okay. That is in fact the Salem Method. And it was right. Wysick core. Despite the name, these simple-looking items do not produce a Wysick field. They belong to the diurnal branch. They cause a freezing effect in the body, earning them the nickname Medusa Stones. Fortunately, this effect is not permanent. Okay. Change that to green. All right. This has a check on it, so I guess the rising in autumn's part was that, like, we go upstairs, which is interesting, but yeah. Okay. Let's help Francesca Robertson. I've discovered something via the thalamic needle. The woman who tried to swim across the lake was compelled to do so by some invisible force. She was looking for something, and whatever it is, it's right here in Undermere. That's not all. I decided to experiment with the Ambra. When I was under its spell, I heard whispers. Something was calling to me, and it left me feeling terribly afraid. This must be what's keeping my patients in their trance-like state. I've never used a Gaudian siren before, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use it to drown out the whispers. Gaudian siren. Oh, this is one that I think is the Gaudian siren. And we're correct. Okay. There we go. Carrick's candle. These items produce an invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse into the past. The effect is often murky and blurred, but it works passively on stationary objects. They are marked by a depiction of a candle upon their surface. By a depiction of a candle on their surface. I don't see anything that looks like a depiction of a candle. So... I mean, this is literally says fire and wax. So that, like, a little bit could be that. What was the Wysick cord? Freezing effect in the body. Did I have anything that, like, sense of touch? It felt cold. Leathery and bony, quite unpleasant to touch. Hard and cool. Cold. I mean, this just says it's cold. Inner perception. It chills my blood to hold it. Okay. So we're gonna assume that this is the Wysick cord, I would bet. I think the Wysick, yeah, it has an X in it. I was gonna say, I completely spelled that wrong. That's fine. As long as I know what I mean. Alright, we identified one thing. if nothing else. So let's end our day. The curator learned that the Nalian casket is a dark article, a class reserved for the most cursed and most dangerous of objects. He locked it away deep within the museum's archives, along with other such artifacts that are best kept from public eyes. An axe. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Okay. Do we have, like... We have a bunch of different trees, and there's buildings that look kind of like barns. This is a farm. Royston Farm is number 30. Let's see. Jacob's Folly, 28's Undermere Church. 30 is the Royston Farm. I don't see any trees on here. Under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Barn where the axe meets the tree. That's so specific for this. When there's not really anything that Heath would, maybe? Greywick Farm is number 1, but again, there's not trees much. Boatyards. Spoken Word, Keystone Manor, Market Square, Pit, Mossy Wood. Yeah, none of those quite seem right. Under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Is there a barn on here? It does not appear so. Is it maybe on here? Is there like a depiction of a barn or an axe? Under the barn where the axe meets the tree. I also still think, according to family legend, ancestor mine had an item of thaumic significance in his burial chamber. It has never been found, the lock, for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. But I have a spirit vault now, and it has something in it. Have I tried going back? I don't remember if last time I tried going back. I feel like we try it. Oh, this isn't where I'm meant to be. Okay, never mind. In the catacombs, in a place known as the Hall of Shields. If it is not in there... Yeah, we're gonna put that as, like, that drawer is unsolved mysteries, and this drawer is, like, half solved mysteries. Okay. Let's help our first customer. Simone Green. Good morning. Yes, and to you, Jupiter. I'm getting more concerned about my mother. Hearing about that poor lady who drowned frightened me. But she'll turn up. She always does. I had another breakthrough. This time, I'm certain it's a clue that leads to another hidden part of Strange Antiquities. Okay. From the individual, a stone for dark purposes. From the celestial, a stone of the earth. From the diurnal, a stone of death. Okay. So let's see. So diurnal, I have a little bit of a cheat sheet here. Diurnal is the diurnic and noctic. And then celestial is Dradic, Selenic, and then individual is Mentic and Wysick. Okay. So then we need to look in our gems. From the individual, a stone for dark purposes. So either Wysick or Mentic, a stone of dark purposes. So Wysick, a stone of containment. A stone for dark purposes. Okay. So it's a bloodstone. And then from celestial, so either Dradic or Selenic, we need a stone of the earth. Stone of the earth and nature is Dradic. Okay. So jade. Dradic / celestial. And then from diurnal, which is noctic and diurnic, need a stone of death. Stone of peace. Noctic, a stone of night and of darkness. Or a stone of death. Oh, a stone of death and decay. Okay. So, Vivianite, Noctic / diurnal. Okay. So, the main thing is I don't know that we have any of the diurnal. I don't know if we have anything that's Vivianite. Everything else, I'm like, yeah, this is probably bloodstone. Jade. Oh, this was also correct. Let's see if this tells me if this is jade. It says a green gemstone, so I could be, could not be. This also looks like it could be jade. Green gemstone. Yeah, I just don't know that we have anything that seems like the Vivianite. Because it's dark blue-green. Dark green. Green. Nothing. That's just green. Yeah, I mean, this dark green, I guess, could be one. Doesn't look like that did anything. Which doesn't really surprise me. So we may not have it yet. But, or one of the other ones might be wrong. I'm not sure. Let's help the next customer. Oh, Jacob Priestley. Thank you for the mether. I have seen into the yawning deep. I have seen beauty beyond the comprehending mind. The price is steep, but I pay it gladly. My shadow anchor broken. Must replace. Okay. And we think this might be a shadow anchor. Let's see. And it is. Alright, we're getting some items knocked off our list. Nephrogaunt. These were once worn by the necromancers of the Five Knolls, who used them in their rituals of resurrection. Their power became bound to them, such that if they were to remove them, even after death, the nephroquaint would crumble to dust. Today their power is much diminished, but they can be used to draw out infections. However, they will cause braxis if held against bare skin for long periods. Okay. What does a picture of that look like? Nephroquaint. Oh, I thought there might be scarring caused by braxis. Of course there's not a picture of what one looks like. Use them in rituals of resurrection. Became bound to them such that if they were to remove them, even after death, would crumble to dust. Power is much diminished. They can be used to draw out infections. Okay. So, resurrection. Do we have a symbol yet for resurrection? Protection, strength, ashes, potentially. That kind of E shape. No. Well, okay, so rebirth is this spiral. So definitely could be something with that spiral. Could be this, honestly. We've been looking for something that was this. And it's on this withered hand. Yeah, I would bet that's it. I bet that's the Nephrogaunt. Okay. Nephrogaunt. Let's help the next customer. Audrey Bell, cult leader. Alright. You have shown yourself to be a useful ally in these worrisome times. Keep one eye on the lake in the coming days. When blackened eyes seek the casket and waters turn to midnight, perform the sacrament and have faith in Holgar. Perform the sacrament and have faith in Holgar. The sacrament is a baptism ceremony in which one's life is pledged to the warrior god Holgar. It is performed by a blood priest within a stone circle. In spring, a charm of green growth. In summer, a pendant of yellow sun. In autumn, an instrument of the red night. In winter, a totem of blue fire. Sun, instrument of red night. Totem of blue fire. Okay. Pendant of yellow sun, an instrument of red night, a totem of blue fire. I mean, we know that the totem of blue fire, I think, was this. Let's just, we can pick the candles up now, so. Oh, it's this. Yeah. Okay. So that's the one of blue fire. There's the sun bond, which might be that. There is indeed more shelf space. There's on this side as well. I haven't used any over here because I like being able to see as much at once as possible. But on the left here, we have everything I have categorized. And on the right is things that are still uncategorized. For the most part. Let's see. We have an instrument of the red night. Charm of green growth. Do we have any... Let's see if we have the keyword growth in here. We do not. Okay. Nor green, which is interesting. Red Knight. I mean, there's the Knight of Thorns, but I don't think he's... Is he known as the Red Knight? I guess let's look at Shimmer. No. A Red Knight. We don't even have Night as one. Nightmare, but that's not it. Noctic. I mean, Noctic is night, right? What's the pit again? 3 different elements that make up a pit allegedly represents the earth, the sun, and death or darkness. These energies balance in such a way that the objects do not produce a reasonable thalamic field. They can be directed to emit powerful vibrations capable of cracking solid rock. Right. And that has a thalamic field. That's Wysick. Okay. Well. Charm of green growth. Yellow sun. Yeah, the green growth and the red night are the two that... An instrument of red night. A charm of green growth. Bridget charm? Is it literally a charm? And that offers hope in times of worry, protection, and darkness, and wisdom in times of uncertainty. This wields the power of the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Do you think this game has good ideas for magical items to add to a D&D campaign? I think it definitely does. Yeah. There's a lot of very cool charms in here, and like a lot of them do a good job of like having like boons and banes. So yeah, I think this would definitely be a really good, like, you could just look through here and like create, if you are like looking to create a D&D object. There's definitely some good ideas in here, and they already kind of would even give you some like sort of backstory to give the item if you wanted, or I think you could probably use like the different I don't know much about like D&D like spell lore and like where you know, like what school of magic things come from, but like this book has a lot of like symbols in it that you could use on items. And these like yeah, these have like the three branches of thaumaturgy, and um each of the items comes like gives off a different thaumaturgic uh aura. So I think it definitely would be a good fun way to come up with them. Hmm. Charm of green growth. Wonder if there's any other things that have charm in the name, because there's like Brigade's charm, but that doesn't quite seem right. There's the hearing charm, but that's not growth. And it might not be a literal charm. I don't know. Scythian charm. Oh? Powerful designs make planetary metals no two are identical. Used by horticulturists to encourage stubborn plants to thrive. Oh, okay. That's probably it. So, Scythian charm. Now we gotta find it. Scythian charm. Okay, so now we just need... We need in autumn an instrument of red night. An instrument of red night. Yeah, I don't know what that would be. Beyond just like going through anything mentioned in the Noctic. Um, Ambra? No. You can always add stuff to your game that isn't strictly represented in the mechanics. Like these schools of thaumaturgy could have more to do with lore and world building than subclass or spells. Very true. Very true. I think this this just does a really good job of like world building, and it seems like a lot of the lore or like magics that they're pulling from have a lot of basis in actual like herbology and things that like come from um like pagan cultures. It's made me want to like learn Jack. I know Mega's learning a lot about all like different like biblical uh things right now, and he's reading a lot of books on that. But this is like made me be like, okay, I kind of want to learn about like the like different forces and like the different like pagan you know, like what they believed, and like did they believe in thaumaturgy, and like how closely related are these. um just interesting. But yeah. um I don't think it's going to be a sleep vessel. Will stay awake beyond any natural limits. That, yeah, doesn't seem right. The Red Knight. The Red Knight. Did you look at Selenic Totem? No, no, that's not right. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out later. Or we won't. Alright, David Schaefer. Mail's here. I'm afraid this letter was sorted incorrectly and ended up doing a round trip to Kendall and back. Better late than never. Fair enough. I have spent a long time looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. The adventurer and thaumaturge Marwen left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, and a chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels, but it seems her markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you in the hope that you can succeed where I have failed. Ossuary of the Damned, chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels. I'm a skeptic, so I don't believe in all this stuff, but sometimes I wish I did. There's something cool about magic being real to a person. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that I believe in it. It's so intriguing. Like, it's like astrology to me. Like, I don't really believe that, like, what month you're born in necessarily has anything to do with, like, your personality, but I still find it very interesting, and, like, the whole concept of it and, like, what people do believe. Um, yeah, but I would not say that I, like, believe in astrology. If I did, Jack and I would not be together because our signs are not compatible. So. Oh, my clock seems to be kind of broken. I've had it on the moon phase most of the time. Well, that's creepy. Okay. Not that one. Left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels. Have been worn away by time after that. I don't I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this letter. Ossuary of the damned. Your natural chamber in the upper level. Worn away after that. Man, I feel like my clues are starting to pile up, but I don't know. Maybe is my resonance compass worth anything? I don't think I can even look at my resonance compass. Unfortunately. Well, got another mystery, so that's fun. Let's help another person. Barton Potter. Okay. That's not a whole lot to go on. Um, is there like speaking? Is that a keyword? No. Okay. I feel like there was something that was like when we were going through Mind earlier, there was one that was like focuses thoughts or something. Maybe there's making somebody like unable to speak. Praxis, no. Burning from the inside is rarely survived. Fully recover. As though they're choking. Poison of the mind. Those suffering from this curse speak increasingly vivid nightmares. Affects the mouth and tongue so that speech becomes impossible. Okay. Tormund's paralysis. Okay. Okay. So if this is Tormund's paralysis, do we have an answer for that? Tormund's paralysis. Tormund's bane. There we go. Oh, skeptic. That makes more sense. I was like, I don't really know what septic... Like a septic tank? Cool to catch the last one of these live. Been enjoying the rewatch on the other ones. Oh, cool. Curse, maybe? Yeah, I think... Yeah, we've found it now. So, Tormund's bane. These can be rolled along the tongue to cure Tormund's paralysis, or worn about the neck to protect against the curse. Like most items, they ward against curses. They emit a diurnal field pattern. Okay. So we think this is Tormund's bane. Let's find out. No, it is not. Or that's not what's up. One of two things. Okay. Worn about the neck to protect against the curse. Gives off a diurnal field pattern. Okay. Let's see. Does this give off... Diurnal is like 2 of those. So that's not diurnal. What about this? That is Dradic. And this gives off diurnal, doesn't it? Oh, this gives off diurnal, not... I think I'm... Yeah, it's supposed to give off a diurnal. Okay. Oh, wait. We were just talking about how this rolls. Yes, it's the massage thing. We found it.
You found it.
I found it. I do have a bunch of unsolved clues if you would like to help me when you get back.
I'll do it before I'll get at least one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. So we got that. So that's the Tormund's Bane. Thank you. I don't even know how I managed to get down from weather. Everything went dark after reading the inscription on the tall stone, but somehow I knew if I made to Strange Antiquities, I would be okay.
Well, that's nice.
Through the darkness, I received a message from the Nameless Ones.
Oh.
They seek an item called the Nalian Casket. If we give it to them, they promise to free those it has infected. I don't think we have a choice. At least we can be certain of one thing. If they have the casket, they will not allow it to be opened.
What's this we business? We don't have a choice.
All they desire, all they value is power, and opening the casket would release all of its contained power. Okay.
Alright.
Well, I gotta label this. Okay, 1 second. This is Tormund's Bane.
Tormund's Babe.
Tormund's Babe. And this is not Tormund's Bane.
Ooh.
So we don't know what that is. Okay. Seems totally legit. You should definitely listen to the recently cursed guy.
Yeah. He's a reliable narrator.
The one I feel like is most direct and that you could potentially help me with is this one. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree.
Okay.
So I have 3 maps.
Yeah, let's
this one
check out a barn.
I mean, this is a castle, and I don't see any sort of like barn. This is a catacomb. This is the catacombs. So I don't think that there's a barn in here. I don't see any like sort of indication.
Okay.
And then we have here. And there are farms, but none of the farms have trees on them. Like, there are, like, specific things. Yeah.
I am under the barn.
Where the axe meets the tree.
Where the axe meets the tree. Strange Horticulture, the Barrows. Walk across the boatyard road. I'm just looking through all of the things on the key. Is there... If you hover over one, what does it, like, encompass? You know?
These dotted lines.
Okay. So on one, it doesn't...
No.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So yeah, it's like, this is a farm, but like, it doesn't even have any of these trees. This is a farm, but we can't even see the bottom of it.
Right.
Street names, or should I not guess? I mean, street names is fair.
Woodcutter's Lane.
There is Woodcutter's Lane?
Yeah.
Where the axe meets the tree? I mean, like...
Under the barn.
Under the barn, where the axe meets the tree. Is there, like, Barn Street?
Pine Road. Wait, Woodcutter's Lane, Pine Road.
So where the axe meets the tree, and then is one... This is the boatyard. That's a Stockside Rocks. I mean, it could be this.
Could be that.
Let's try it. There we go. Look at Pharaoh.
That's all Pharaoh right there. Yes, sir. I would not have thought of the street names at all.
I think I looked at the streams earlier, but I just looked for, like, axe.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's not an axe here. There's not a Barn Street.
Where's the barn?
Where's Barn Street? What the
barn
hell?
was distracting. The barn was just like, oh, it's, you know,
A
the one with
building?
buildings on it.
Yeah.
But I was definitely looking for a barn.
I know. Alright. To the side of the house sits a dilapidated barn. The stench of manure is overpowering. There is no sign of an owner, so I search carefully, not sure exactly what I'm looking for. Suddenly, I spy a flash of blue. A bottle. This is it. Mystery games are my favorite. I'm very into them. I like mystery games. I just get really stuck sometimes, and it's hard for me to, like, get out of them. So that's why a lot of the times I, like, try and solve something, and I'll come back to it later. Alright. Let's see. Blue painted porcelain. Cool and smooth. It gives off a scent like that of a brewing storm. Okay. And nothing to remark but inner perception. Like that of a brewing storm. I feel like one of my key things in here was storm. Wasn't it? Storm. Okay. Resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar to any thaumaturge. It is the scent of storm, of ozone, and power. The scent of magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. This is the power of the west wind. Okay, let's double check on... Oh, Saint Cedric's Thunder's already been found. Okay. So this is most likely the Zephyrum. We're just... Yeah, we're gonna put a label for Zephyrum. Fair, and that is a good approach to solving puzzles. Your brain works on it while you're thinking of something else. Yeah, or like sometimes you'll hear a keyword later. Because I feel like in this, you can't... I don't know for certain this is true, but I feel like you can't always solve puzzles right away that they give you, especially like the objects, right? Like I've had the Zephyrum in the book for a while, but they didn't actually give me the object until just now. So... Oh, Verona. The time has come to decide, thaumaturge. The casket wants to be opened. The casket will be opened. Nothing can stop it now, and yet there is still a part of this mind that will not be quieted. Help me to calm this clamoring rage inside my head. This is your chance to elevate yourself above the scurrying ants that absently crawl through their meaningless lives. What does the abrasive method do again? Is used to purge unwanted memories. As any procedure that can alter the mind, it should be used sparingly. Typically used to... Okay, so there's abrasive method or the Zephyrum? But the Zephyrum are inhaled deeply. They can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. Oh, okay. No, we're gonna do the abrasive method. That, I'm not starting this storm. Okay. Gris. For the ritual of the broken path, a gris is heated slowly over flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete, no matter how hot it gets. The ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the Wysick art. It is common to suffer burns, but when done correctly, it should not be painful. No, I don't know what's up with Verona. She has the black eyes. She's been taken by the demon monster thing. So she forgets who she is? Yeah, I don't want that. I didn't really like either of those options, if we're being honest. Blue tint to their eyes. No, this is... They have the... Suffer constricted as though clamped in a vice. Skin is pale and cold to the touch. Normally... Burning from the inside out. No, okay. None of those are right. Okay. Well, that was terrifying. Yeah, I still don't think we have the... Yeah, none of these look like that. This This one, I don't know what we're supposed to be doing with these two. It says around item of thaumatic significance in his burial chamber has never been found, but is like trying. I was tempted to search for myself when I learned that it was in the catacombs, a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave those. Hall of Shields. Hall of Shields. I mean, oh! That's probably the Hall of Shields. Well, we know now. I breathe deeply from the spirit vault and it clears my mind. I don't care to linger too long down here, but I forge on until I reach the unmistakable Hall of... Unmistakable. Yep. Yep. No one... I certainly didn't ever mistake it. A stone sarcophagus sits on a raised portion of rock in the center of the cavern. I hold the torch close to better see the inscription on the side of the tomb. It reads, "The sun's light will reveal my gift." Mystified, I cast my eye up to the walls of the cavern and search the shields for some other clue, but nothing stands out. Okay. Let's see. What is the sun bond again? They're discreetly made of non-precious metals. They carry the warmth and light of the sun. Okay, yep, okay. I think that's what we need. Let's try that. Yep. We did it. Awesome. Okay. Mystified, I cast my eye up to the wall of shot and search shields. The sunbond banishes the darkness in an instant, half blinding my gloom-adjusted eyes and bringing summer's warmth to the cold cavern. Blinking and squinting, I notice that one of the shields in particular is glowing in the bright light. I reach up and pull the shield down to reveal a small cavity hewn into the rock behind it. Inside is a blood-red urn. Whoa. That's freaking creepy looking. It is. I find it unsettling. The eyes seem to pierce my soul. Nothing to remark on scent and sound. It's warm and smooth, raised detailing. The eyes appear to be small green gemstones and is made of red clay. That's creepy as shit. I don't know what the heck that is, but it's creepy. Okay. Anything else we can find? Stone of Death is still that... I still don't think we have anything that really fits. Okay. Alright. And we're gonna end the day. But the problem with storing powerful dark artifacts is that slowly, inevitably, the darkness seeps out. Bum bum bum! The darkness seeps out. Oh, it's a ball of yarn. Cool and creepy. It's a minotaur in the maze with the golden yarn. There's probably something on the map that looks like that, right? There's gotta be like a shape or any of these like yarn shops or something, because that would make sense. Museum of History. The Twinings, like a ball of twine. Where's that at? 15? Is this... Doesn't quite follow. No, it doesn't quite fit it. Okay. It might just be Twinnings too. Twine might be spelled differently. I don't know. Town Hall, Blacksmiths Guild, Convent, Station, the Pit, Goffrey's Tower, the Marybelle, the Bleakstones, Colgrith Hall, Strange Antiquities, Person Farm, the Quarry Yard, the Eye. Okay. None of those seem right. I do feel like this is just going to be a shape, though. Princess Street, Fairfield Lane, Stonewall, Ruskin, Oak, Morehouse, Station, Market, Guild, Lee. I don't see anything that, I mean, the northern bit of the island kind of looks like that. But these are two different points as well, so that doesn't even make sense. Maybe I'll go look at the castle, see if this means anything in the castle. I feel like there wouldn't be anything shaped like this in the castle, though. Huh. I might come back to that one. Let's see. The red of night still is getting me. Looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. The adventurer and thaumaturge Marwyn left a trail to her hidden stash. Followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels. Markings have been worn away by time. I mean, bone-filled catacomb in the upper levels. I'm tempted to just click on this one. What the heck? We might as well. Nope. Okay. Well, that is what it be. Let's help a customer. Marion Lancaster. Someone very dear to me has fallen ill. I would like Nephroquaint. Do not be concerned, dear. I have used one before and know what I am doing. Okay. That's like... It's a little concerning when somebody comes out of the blue and is like, let me use this thing that could, I think, grant me endless life. I don't know. I'm not sure which clue you're asking about, Pharaoh, but we have this one that's definitely a shape that may or may not have to do with yarn. And then we have this one that has to do with the catacombs. And it says the objects lost somewhere in the catacombs. An adventurer and thaumaturge Marwyn left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels. But it seems her markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you in the hope that you can succeed where I failed. I almost feel like Marwyn might be mentioned in here. Maybe let's see if her name is in. Doesn't look like it. No. But let's see if this is the Nephroquaint. It is. Okay. The bone-filled alcove on the map is, I believe, where I tried. There was one other bone-filled alcove, but it was not in the upper levels. And so that's why I don't necessarily assume that that's it. Let's see. The Dread Viviant is the only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. It can siphon power away from oneself for a time. The power rising up off a Dread Viviant is subtle, but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent the balance of life and death, of good and evil, of hope and despair. Noticeably invigorating. Okay. Did this... I don't think this... Find it unsettling. The eyes pierce my soul. Nothing to remark. Is anything... Nothing on inner perception. Not any of these. But this one. A feeling of disquiet laces through my body. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, let's help the next person. Franklin Underhill. Please do pay us a visit. We have some items that we're confident will be of interest to you. The Twinnings, Artisans of wood, iron, and clay. Okay. I'm sorry I didn't see where you clicked. I just seem to remember the map. No, all good. Yeah. So it's like, this is really the only bone-filled alcove. I guess this is still sort of in the upper levels. And this is like, doesn't even have a grave in it. I could try this one. I'll try it. I'll try this one. We'll see. Oh. Okay, I'm able to follow Marwyn's trail for a while, but the carved markings are faded and worn by centuries of weathering. By the time I reach the ossuary, I can no longer make them out at all. Fortunately, I've always wanted an excuse to use a Carwick's candle. Ooh. Okay, I haven't identified a Carwick's candle yet. Items produce an invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse into the past. Blurred, but often works. Marked by a depiction of a candle upon their surface. This is fire and wax, so I just feel like this has to be it, probably. Because I don't have anything else that has a depiction of a candle on it. So we're gonna try it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's Garwick's candle. Stalagmites retreat under the light of the candle as I hold it aloft and search the shifting rock walls for any signs of Marwyn's trail. Suddenly I see it, an M etched into the rock, as clear as if it had been carved yesterday. I follow the trail in an excited hurry, tripping and stumbling as the candle distorts the height of the floor, until I come to its end at a small boulder. Rolling the rock to one side, I reach behind it and reclaim Marwyn's lost treasure. Okay. Little iron voodoo doll looking thing. Fire and wax seems like a candle. I know, but it says a depiction of a candle. The glyphs for fire and wax are not a depiction of a candle. Right? Like, a depiction's a picture, right? Maybe it is. I don't know. Doesn't have to be a drawing?
I mean, you know.
You think a glyph of fire and a glyph of wax counts as a depiction of a candle?
I mean, it could be. It's like a mosaic is a depiction, and that's a bunch of rocks put next to each other. You know?
Yeah, but generally to form a picture.
Well, like, I guess I'm more saying, like, what is a pig? You know?
Yeah.
It's a vague
Gives
thing.
me goosebumps. All right. Also I realized I'm pretty sure we identified that as a shadow anchor earlier. I'm gonna double check this. Shadow. Did I miss it? Shadow anchor. Okay. Yeah, so that got identified earlier, so I need to put that in green. Yeah, we're running out of space on my left shelves here, so we are probably gonna have to start putting things on the right shelf. It's become necessary, I think. Let's see. So we solved that. We still have this ball of yarn. And let's go visit the Twinnings. That's not. We want the town map. Okay. Twinnings is 15. Twinings? Something. Friday. If you were to draw it, you would draw fire over wax. I mean, that's fair. The man who dropped off his card introduces himself as the owner of the Twinnings, an unusual sprawling series of grotto-like rooms filled with a handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. He leads me past wooden chairs and strange iron contraptions to a room unlike the others. This one is filled with small trinkets, ornaments, and jars of various sizes, containing ominous-looking liquids and organic materials. I know it might not look like much, but there are some items of value among the junk here, says the man. Take your time and let me know if you find anything interesting. 2 hours later, I have indeed unearthed something very interesting that I'm keen to take back to the shop for further investigation. It's the stone we need! I'd recognize that stone anywhere! Sorry, that was loud. I just kind of yelled. I'm leaving the Twinnings with my haul when a man shouts at me from across the street. As I look round, annoyed, I notice to my horror that the man's eyes are as black as coal. He rushes towards me, and I stumble backwards, fumbling with the strap of my satchel as I grab an item to stop him. Wysit cord. Use item. Nope, that was not a Wysit cord. Yikes. Yikes. This one gives me goosebumps. Sense of touch. Somewhat cool. Made of tin. Let's see. Man, I really thought that was going to be the Wysit cord. Despite the name, these simple-looking items do not produce a Wysit field. They belong to diurnal branch. They cause a freezing effect in the body, earning them the nickname Medusa Stones. Fortunately, the effect is not permanent. Okay. They belong to the diurnal branch. So diurnal is either Noctic or diurnic. So let's see. Does this that is Wysit. This has snakes on it, and snakes are Medusa, so like, right? Maybe? Black gemstone, scent and sound, nothing to remark, sense of touch, hard but smooth, textured, inner perception, nothing to remark. Okay, I would really like it to tell me that it's cold if we're gonna We're gonna do this. Disquiet laces through my body. Rough and pitted. Okay, this makes... Thing is that it says it's like a simple looking item. What about this? Okay. And so that's the right symbol. And what does that mean again? Paralysis. Ah, it's that. It's gotta be that. Yep, okay. Okay. To my relief, the man goes rigid almost immediately and topples forward onto the cobblestone. I turn and run, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that creature. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I should alert Dr. Robinson, but by the time I return to the Twinnings, the man is nowhere to be seen. Well, that's terrifying. Okay. So Isaac cord. Is there even like, it doesn't even say that it's cold, does it? No. Well, alright. Alright. Dark blue-green gemstone. And then a gemstone with red in the eye. Smooth, polished. Scent. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I was not expecting that. That was kind of terrifying. Okay. Low chanting when I hold it to my ear. I don't like that. I did not like that. It causes me to reflect on my own mortality. Okay. Sure. Okay. So I have the Stone of Death. And I believe... Okay, so Stone of Death. Stone of Dark Purposes. I believe is the Bloodstone. And then I really just need like like jade, which, I mean, this is a this seems right. Okay, let's try that. We have another one of these? What are these? Okay, all right. How am I supposed to know what to click, though? This is... I now have 2 puzzles like this. How am I supposed to know? Where's the first one of these? Not the Bishop Square. Okay. I don't know which to do. I guess maybe let's just try the points of the flower. Nothing happened. Okay. Let's try all the points that aren't the flower. No, okay. Yeah, I don't know what... I mean, we have 2 of these now that we can get to, but I don't know how to solve. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah. Well, guess we'll keep going. Edmund Bishop, something bad is about to happen. The ravens know it. My grandfather once taught me how to use a cassander to see the paths ahead, but I saw what it did to him and vowed never to touch one again after he died. But the gnawing worry of what is coming has become too much for me. Cassander. Okay. Cassander. The eyes of a cassander focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path or paths ahead. These items do not produce a mentic field, as one might expect, but rather the more mysterious selenic. Care should always be taken with an object of prophecy, and these are no different. Many have been seduced or driven mad by the path shown to them. Okay. But rather the more mysterious selenic. We're just going to start testing to see what has selenic, because so far none of these have had selenic. It's actually been a while since I've seen something with the selenic, I would say. Yeah, and that's Wysick. No. Oh? That's selenic. Let's just try it. I think that seems... Nope. Nope. Okay. We tried all of these? This thing I think is the Zephyrum. I mean, it definitely could just be something. Okay. The Brigate Charm. I was just so certain that the Brigate Charm was correct. Do any of these other ones have a selenic? This one does. The one I think is the Zia or whatever it does. More mysterious selenic. Focuses the power of the mind. Still a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Made of wood and clay. Fears of hope and many times protection. Items of darkness and wisdom. Mother made in the crone. Oh, man. What is this made of? It's made of bronze. And the Zia was supposed to be made of wood. Oh, of any material besides wood or clay. I checked the tree, right? And the tree does not make that. Okay. I think I'm less sure about the Zia. Nope, that's not right either. Okay. Guess we'll try this one. Nope, that one's not either. Okay. Time for some gambling. Time for some occult gambling. Oh, goodness. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Oop. Right off. That's good. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, I could have done the even harder one. Well. Let's see. Ooh, heck yeah, 2 cats. There we go. Okay, this is actually going not that bad. I say, right before that happens. Yep, that sounds about right. Oh, God. Okay, thank you. Thank you, cat. I don't know if I keep the 2 that are the same and just keep rolling. I feel like we do that. Nope. Nope. Okay. Gosh dang it. Okay. It was going so well earlier. I don't know what happened. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's try this again. Something bad's about to happen. You need a Cazador. It's not that or that or that. Okay. So we have tried 3 things that produce a selenic property. So we need to try more things that produce a selenic property. We're just gonna double check. Nope. Pretty sure none of these do, but we're just going through. We're double checking. Alright, that doesn't produce anything. I am becoming concerned that we do not have it. Because I believe I've now tried everything that we had that produces a selenic. Yeah, I'm just retrying stuff at this point. That's a compass, so that's just not anything. I do have some unsolved clues. I do. I don't think that's gonna be it. It's really... We've got that one. I don't think we have any more of that, of the Bishop Square. Is there any caskets that have, like, yarn on them or this shape? Don't think so. Is there anything that looks like this shape and then a ball of yarn? Well, it might be time to take a break anyway. So I might... Maybe it shows a path through the catacombs. Maybe that... I mean, honestly, that would make sense because it's like a maze. So... If it... down like that... We wind down. Feel like this seems more right. Is this little bit. And then out. And then back left. I think you're right. Dang it. You're good at this, man. Or woman or whatever. Pharaoh. That is... That was good. I don't know how long that would have taken me if you hadn't said that. Alright. Inhaling deeply from the spirit vault to stave off the madness of the depths, I make my way carefully down crumbling passageways past decaying crypts. Placed carelessly on top of the tomb is a collection of clay pots. Some lie in pieces, but most are whole. At first, the collection seems unremarkable, but one is in particular stands out, and I take it back to the surface for a closer look. Okay. That is not a selenic. Okay. Well, we still have other clues that are unsolved. The main ones being the ones about the shop. In which I somehow have to figure out how... Yeah, I'm just like being like, fuck this guy, I guess. Okay, so the moon is in this symbol right now. And so maybe we just do like here and here. Because that's where my clock's broken at. Okay. Yep. I think we are going to take a break real quick. And come back to this in a second. The opposite of that symbol. Oh, you're right. It is the opposite of that symbol. Yeah. that still doesn't really tell me anything, and the other one I have is like a half and half. And I tried the half and half earlier of the moon phase, and it didn't work. You want a sliver of black on the clock, not a sliver of white. Maybe the clock gives a better showing with the right moon. Yeah, I mean, the moons just change. Like, I can't change the phases of the moon. I also don't think I can't change my clock. Oh, JK, I can change my clock. What? Okay. I was not aware that this was a thing. Okay. Well, now this just seems... I did not mean to press leave. I meant to press accept. Gosh dang it. Okay. Well, now that seems like super easy and super intuitive. And I just didn't... I think that's the thing about puzzle games, is it's always simpler than you're making it. And that's what I've realized. Is it's always simpler than I'm making it. I'm just not understanding something. And it's a love-hate thing about puzzle games. It's like, I love that fact. Like, I was playing like one of those like escape room board games with my brother-in-law, and he was trying to do like trigonometry to figure out something. And I was like, you don't have to do that. You do not have to do complex math to get the answer to this. I promise you. And he was like, no, but maybe we do. And I'm like, no, that's not it. So I know that. Okay. Still not Selenic. Still not the symbol we need. Now that we have the answer to that one, we should be able to get the answer to the other one. So the other one is this symbol, and I think that symbol? Yeah. Okay. So now we need the moon to be half full. Okay, and what does the clock show now? That, and that. Okay. Is this gonna have a Selenic? It does. Thank God. I was like, we're not gonna have it. Let's see. And it's it. It's a Cassander. Cassander. Dang it. Weaving Edge. A weaving edge is used to enter the Red Knight. A bloodthirsty state of mind. Tradition dictates that the handle should be made from the wood of a great oak. Okay.
A great oak, you say?
I'm just excited about the Red Knight because we've been looking for that. I've already forgotten what it is we just got. Was it the Weaving Edge? It was. Okay. So the Weaving Edge is what we need. Before I forget, I need to label that thing we just had as the Cassander. Cassander. Okay. Okay, so once I have figured out because this, yeah, so we have these three objects, which I think are what's in here, but we just need the instrument of the Red Knight. So we need a we need a weaving edge. Tradition dictates that the handle should be made from the wood of a great oak. Great oaks are believed to have been planted by Scythia herself. Okay, wait. Because we have other things that have Scythia. We have like Scythia's I thought we had something that mentioned Scythia. Scythian charm. Okay. So the Scythian charm, carved from wood, power designs. Okay. So that's the Scythian charm. And we need something that's handle has been made from a great oak. Wood, you, I suspect. So that's not oak. This is bronze. Its handle has been made from great oak. It's clay. Handle. This clay, yeah, I was like, this is just a clay pot. Nothing to remark on inner perception. Nothing to remark on scent and sound. Nothing for touch. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we have that yet. Yeah, I don't think we have that. This is the picture at the front. This is like one of the main like pictures of Strange Antiques. Would the game ask for something you can't get? Not something you can't get, but something you might not have yet. So like we just saw of like I didn't have the Cassander yet. I hadn't solved the clues. Like they would have given me the clue to get it if they asked me to give it to somebody else. But they definitely have given me the definition for things before. If you want to take a break, you should take one before you forget. That's fair. That's fair. Last time I streamed for like 4 hours and I forgot to take a break at all. So I should probably do that. We will take a break. We'll take a 3-minute break and then we will be back in just a minute. I'll see you then. All right. We are back. We are back. We are identifying this object that feels pretty important to the game, given it's one of the main ones on the pictures. Let's see. It feels unusual. Not hot exactly, but energetic somehow. Painted black. Gold. Scent and sound. I can't tell if that low hum is coming from the item or my own imagination. Oh god. Inner perception. There's definitely something unusual about the item. I can't quite put my finger on it though. Okay. Well, that's fun. Let's see. Okay. It is, yeah, it is a very cool looking pendant. It's very intricately, like, the skull is very intricate. Very Dia de los Muertos. Sugar skull. Alright, Gilbert Ames. There always seems to be something going on in Undermere. The sooner I get this sorted and be on my way, the better. My uncle gave me a ring, and I have had nothing but bad fortune ever since. I'm starting to think it might be cursed. Is there any way to uncurse it? Yes. Yes, there is. It's gonna be that, like, pot thing. It's probably the clay pot. I don't remember. Oh, curse. Okay. Cussick Purifier is, I think, what I'm thinking of. Known as the eye is placed in a strong smelling liquid. Small tokens such as rings can be. Yeah, okay. So we need a Cussick Purifier. Right there. Alright. It says identified, but I'm like 90% sure that was already identified. And it had a little check mark on it. Guess it just says it both times. Lavinia Hawthorne. I have been researching ancient customs, particularly those related to thaumaturgy, and I am fascinated by the use of objects in ritual ceremonies. If you are able to get your hands on a gris, I would be interested in studying it further. Okay. Let's see, a gris. For the ritual of the broken path, a gris is heated slowly over the flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete. No matter how hot it gets. The ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the Wysick art. It is common to suffer burns, but when done correctly, it should not be painful. Okay, so the broken path. Broken path. The League of the Emphysean Heart uses these items as part of the Grim Initiation ritual. Right. They guard their secrets closely, but it is said that they worship the ancient nameless gods, communing with them via the broken path. Acolytes must press the tip of the talon against the cheekbone to the point of drawing blood. Okay. So what do we know? Interesting that it asked for something already identified. Yeah, it'll do that every once in a while, I think, to just, like, give you some, like, a boost of, like, oh, I know what that is, kind of thing. It didn't tell me what it was that they were looking for. I had to, like, find out what they were looking for. So, they do that sometimes as well. I don't know what all this is gonna do. Heated slowly over flame to have full effect. It must be held in ungloved hand. the Wyzik art. So it is almost certainly going to have a Wyzik symbol. But Wyzik is not uncommon. It could definitely be this. That seems, you know, pretty right. And let's see. That's not it. When it's held in a hand, so you would assume that it could be that. Let's see if the talon, it said, the Amphian something talon. I wonder if that has anything on it that we could. So that has, oh, well, I mean, okay. So that has a snake. Amphibian talon. So I almost wonder if it is, if it's like, if that's a clue to the fact that it might have a snake on it. But none of these do have Wyzik's symbols, at least. Held over a fire. Let's see. What, in an ungloved hand, what is the symbol for fire? I'm pretty sure it's a triangle. Yeah, it's this right side up triangle. And this doesn't have a Wyzik, no. Maybe more info under the nameless god. Yeah. Yeah, we could look. We could look and see if nameless god has anything. Yeah, nameless gods only has the Amphibian talon, so unfortunately that's not as helpful as I wish it would be. The broken path is heated slowly over flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete. Not performed to those who do not study the Wyzik art. It's common to suffer burns. Okay. I'm assuming it is because the ones that we have, really, that have the Wyzik symbol are these two. And this, like, just is a hand, which would be kind of crazy. I feel like it's this, though. Nope, not that. Okay. Let's see. Do any of these have the Wyzik? Definitely don't think it's that, no. Did this have a Wyzik? This little hand? Nope. This is wood, so that literally would be insane if that was Wyzik. I'm gonna try the hand. We've got at least 2 more attempts, so we'll try it. Nope, not it either. Okay. We already tried that, didn't we? I mean, we don't know for certain, I guess, that it has that it is Wyzik. It's just, like, pretty certain. Would make sense to be made of metal if it could hurt. Yeah, that's kind of my thought as well. Does the Zia? No, the Zia doesn't either. think I have any other clues that I'm like ignoring. My only thought is that they're being tricky and that it doesn't actually give off a Wyzik. Or it's this. I guess let's try it. Nope, not that either. Okay. Are we... Oh, we're not into occult gambling yet, but we're getting there. Okay. I'm really tempted to try the snake pendant, even though it doesn't have a Wyzik field. Because at this point, I don't have anything else that has a Wyzik field. I feel like I should try it. Nope, not it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go into occult gambling, I believe. Oh, we still have another chance? That's crazy. Okay. Huh. Huh. We've checked all of these, right? I'm not insane. These two, and no other clues. I mean, not really. The only other thing we really have is this, and it's like the instrument of the Red Knight, but I don't even think we don't have somewhere that we would put 4 things. We only have somewhere we put 3 things, so this is for like something later, I think. Finally caught up, and yeah, I have no clue. Yeah. Unless there's like something with the bishop square that I'm not getting quite yet. I don't know. We might, I hate to say we might have to ask for a clue, because what's the Mars in water thing? Do you want to come try and help? That makes sense. The Mars in water thing. I'm not sure what you are referring to. Are you talking about one of... Oh, the Mars in winter. Oh, that is a thing. Mars in winter, rising in summer. Okay, let me... Well, I figured something out, but I don't know if it'll actually get me where I need to be. Let's see. Mars in winter, rising in summer. Mars is iron. Was that what that symbol was just now? I already forgot. Yeah. Pointing arrow. So that's, yeah. In winter. So here. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the castle kitchens. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's glares, while following the clues left to me by a old man. What was I thinking? I'm not going to find anything here, and yet, on the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something. A floorboard has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Is this a grist? If this isn't a grist, then Jack's gonna have to come back and help me. But maybe...
What?
Oh, it has a Weisig symbol. Never mind.
Okay.
We got it. Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing that earlier, and it was before I remember seeing the note on the map earlier, before we got the, little clue, the whatever we have now, and I was like, that'll be something later, and I completely forgot about it. Alright. So that was a grist. Lunima, also called a moon pool or heart of tranquility, harnesses the power of the elements to create an aura of unease. They can be used to keep people away from places they are not welcome. There's a superstition among thaumaturges that say that a lunima should be used when the moon is full. It's not known where this idea came from. Should not be used when the moon is full. Okay. Okay. So this is a grist. Looks hella creepy. We'll put it down with the plants. Okay. I feel like we've had stuff that's like, it's uneasy. Folium, ground across the base of the folium 6 times during the ritual of the Hand of Prior. Those wanting to prove themselves perform this ritual before seeking out the basilisk, as a folium blade is the only known way to pierce its thick armor. Across the face of a folium. During the ritual of the Hand of Prior. Let's see. Hand of Prior. Oh, only mentioned with folium. Okay, cool. Basilisk. Basilisk is also mentioned with Serene Ward. Your intense heat. Withstand fire and flame. Remain unharmed. Yeah, okay. What did that look like? The Celian Ward. I don't remember. I just saw it. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Could definitely be. Is that what I just said and was saying it wrong? Definitely could be. Serene Ward, yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You have a stone hand, right? Yeah. There is in fact a stone hand. Yeah, the Serene Ward doesn't really give me clues to what that looks like. It's drawn across the face of a folium 6 times. Which is the thing I don't necessarily understand. We'll just help the next customer. Leopold Morris. There's been a basilisk sighting in the hills across the river from Backborough. Dang, that's timed, right? Wouldn't say I'm a brave man, but I have a duty to protect my livestock in my village. Better me than a younger man with his life ahead of him. I came to prepare my sword. Wow. Well, I mean, it could be the hand. Because it's like the hand of Prior. Yeah. That's not a bad bet. It just, the weird thing is the face, but I also don't think that's necessarily literal, but. Alright, I feel like we try it. I think that's a good theory. Look at that. It's a literal hand. Look, you say that now, but the thing that's like the witch's fingers, I don't think was witch's fingers, if I remember correctly. Or like there were things that looked exactly like witch's fingers that weren't it. So, can't always take them literally. Okay. So, folium. Yeah, we didn't even just get that one. We've had that one for a while. I just saw it in the middle there as, like, not being checked off. And I was like, oh, like, I guess I'll try and, like, look for that item right now. And I guess we needed it right then. So, good timing. Should we try and do another one? Start predicting what we're gonna need. We have those. The Dread Viviant. Way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. Can siphon power away from oneself for a time. Power rising off a Dread Viviant is subtle, but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent the balance of life and death, of good and evil, of hope and despair. I feel like you could... It says you can feel the power coming off of it. And I feel like one of these had that. Disquiet laces through my body. Not quite. Something unusual. Can't put your finger on it. Not hot exactly, but energetic. That definitely seems like that could be the Dread Viviant. That has a chanting. That reflected my own mortality. I'm just gonna put, yeah, we're gonna put this as potentially the Dread Viviant. Life and death, blooming, and a skull. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this, I will say it says, like, a balance of life and death. But, like, so it could still be, you know, like, it makes me think of my own mortality. That still could be correct for the other one, but we're just gonna, yeah, we're gonna assume it's one of those two. Heart of Tranquility, harness the power of elements to create an aura of unease, be used to keep people away from places. Wasn't this one the one that said we felt uneasy? Disquiet laces through my body. So that could be a Lunima. We'll put it as a guess. Doesn't that give off a Selenic feel too? The Lunima mentioned something about the 4 elements, and the stone statue thing had the 4 elements carved into it. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, it has, like... At least that's fire and water. I'm not sure if that's all 4, but... I think you're right. Yeah, earth, air, fire, water. Yeah. Think it off a Selenic field too. And that's the 4 elements. Yeah. Yeah, this gets off the Selenic field. Alright. So I think those are right. We'll keep going. Oh, Francesca Robertson. They've escaped! At first, my patients grew agitated when I used the Gaudian siren, but then I had a breakthrough. Vivian Cartwright woke up. She seemed lucid, calm even. I made a stupid mistake and loosened her restraints. I don't know what happened, whether the siren stopped working or perhaps it had never worked and she tricked me. But almost immediately she changed back and turned violent. Before I knew it, she had managed to free the others. We tried to stop them, but they fought their way out of the hospital. I have no idea where they've gone. Well, that's ominous. I've mostly been listening to the previous streams, and I remember nothing about the fields. Yeah, the fields are not... Even I literally, I have a cheat sheet that I have written down, because otherwise I'd be, like, consistently not remembering which field was which. Yeah. Well, let's look at, like, one other item description and see if we can figure something out. Those two I think I already have. Do I have I don't think I have Shin yet. Common items are made using materials with a connection to the ocean. They began as superstitious objects made by sailors and fishermen to keep their boats safe. Help of the old thaumaturge, they became something more, and many lives were saved. To keep their boats safe. Okay. None of these are quite seeming like that yet, but we'll see. Spirit Eye, I think I have. We have Weaving Edge. Still don't have a Witch's Finger. What is Weaving Edge again? Oh, right. It's the Red Knight. Okay. Weaving Edge is used to enter the Red Knight, a bloodthirsty state of mind. Tradition dictates that the handle should be made from the wood of a great oak. Handle should be made from the wood of a great oak. Well, and that's made from you, so that doesn't seem right. We might just end the day. Might just be that time. Could the dread tree branch thing be the witch's finger? Oak and ash and thorn. If that's, I will say that the symbol on it, I believe, is a sign of a witch. Yeah, it's a witch's sign is what the symbol is on the tree. And then there's just like a moon. If that's the witch's finger, Witch's finger is said to be the severed digits of the Witch of Undermere. They are capable of inflicting intense pain, but the goal is supposedly purification of the body, a most unpleasant experience, but a last resort that has cured some and finished off others. High Green Witch Church, home of the witch. This is a symbol of a witch. But other than that, like, it says it's the severed digits. I don't know. Is there a tree in that drawing? Maybe the tree is the witch. Maybe the tree is the witch. That home of the witch, home of that tree, and that tree is you. I swear, that's gonna be crazy. If that's true, and that's what's up, I would be mad. But That's crazy. If that's what happens. What are these symbols? I keep meaning to look. The symbols on the pots, I think they're I think they're earth, yeah. Yeah, all of these are earth, and then I don't know what the 2 lines with the dots are. If we even have a symbol. That could just be decorative. But the pots mostly just has the earth symbol. And I don't think any of these other symbols look like they're there. Yeah. Okay. So, earth. If it's willow, willow has long been associated with witchcraft. It says it's yew. Like Y-E-W. Is what wood, yew, I suspect. With white paint on it. Which, so tree makes sense. That's... Looking it up, Witch of Windermere is a real story, but I don't know. Is the witch in the story a tree? Because that'd be crazy. If that's like a thing, or she like turned into a tree at the end of the story. I don't know. Yews are toxic. Well, I don't think the Witch of Windermere is a tree. No one has asked us for witch's fingers, so we'll find out next time. We'll find out when somebody asks. Alright, end of day. Almost imperceptibly, the casket began to absorb the crepuscular power that had leached into the stone and the earth of its lightless tomb. Oh, it's gonna be another gravestone. Okay. But then it's a clock. What? But can I flip it over? Do any of the gravestones look like this? Is this the clock? What's happening? I don't think any of the graves are this shape. I think this is probably just the clock. Okay. So if this is the clock... Okay. I mean, that last one was sort of correct. If it was sideways. Oh, it's this. Okay, what is this? Okay, so that's half moon and half and half. Maybe the gravestone will have a moon from the clock on it. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Half and half. Oh, this one? That's the only one that has a half and half, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's not at all shaped like that, but that has a half and half, so. Alright, the air is stifling in the darkness, and the claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me, but I press on. I remind myself that there are few who venture down here, which means the chances of an interesting find are higher. It doesn't take long for my search to bear fruit. Okay. Just a nice little dagger thing. Not creepy. Oh, wood. Oak, if I'm not mistaken. Gold. Sharper than it looks. Carved detailing. Nothing to remark on scent and sound. Inner perception, also nothing to remark. But it is made from oak. And what else needs to be made from oak? The other thing that I have forgotten the name of already. The weaving edge, I believe. Yep. Okay. Alright. So we think that this is the weaving edge. I'm just going to say that I think it's the weaving edge. Or they're doing this to bamboozle us. One of the two. Yeah, we found something. Hopefully it's it. They've been known to mess with us like this before. So I'm trying not to get my hopes up. I wonder if that'll be the solution to the White Rose of York, or if that won't make an appearance in the game. I don't know. I don't even know. Can symbolize death and resurrection. Oh, like you. Churchyard mold is another line from the tree song. I think now these are the 4 objects, theoretically, that we need for this. Spring, a charm of green growth. In summer, a pendant of yellow sun. In autumn, an instrument of red night. In winter, a totem of blue fire. Okay. So if I'm correct, let's just bring all these down here because I think these are what we need. And then I'm just gonna put all of them over here. Okay. Unless we're supposed to like somehow, because we can't really like put them in here, but that has like the seasons, but I don't think that's, I don't know if those are connected. Thinking about the clock, you solved it immediately after I posted that. Oh, okay. Alright. Let's just help the next customer. Thaddeus White. The witherance was a terrible idea. I've only gone and made things worse. Well, I wish Eli was back. He'd know what to do. Some years ago, a friend brought an item to me, a black casket. I learned that it was a dark article. I should have brought it to Eli right then and there, but I knew he would want to destroy it. I'm a collector of things. It seemed too important to allow it to be destroyed, but I see how naive that was now. This casket is far more dangerous than anything I have come across before. And now I hear they are looking for it with their black eyes. Either I need to keep them out of the museum or bring the casket here to Strange Antiquities and hide it in one of its secret places. Dread Viviant or Luminia. Only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. Siphon power away from them. What is the moon pool? Power of elements to create an aura of unease. Away from places they're not welcome. I don't really want it here, is the thing. So I'm gonna give him what I think is the Luminia. Okay, that is the Lunima. Now I gotta look up how to pronounce that. Light of Corchant. Despite appearances, these Noctic items have no connection to the League of the Amphibian Heart. They are objects of considerable power that can turn darkness to light, fear to joy. Okay. What's the other note with Bishop? Yes. Just worries me because we don't know the date. Yeah. The other note with the Bishop Square is just about great-grandfather devised the bishop. Seemed his mind began to fail him at the end. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his prized possessions. He began hiding them in code that only he understood. Okay. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that'll just keep people away. But could be other things. Okay, so Light of Korchan. Despite appearances, these Noctic items have no connection to the League of Amphisian Heart. Yeah, and the Amphisian Talon. So that might be the snake one. I think that's probably. So Light of Korchan. And then that jewel that's in the middle of it. Is Noctic. Stone of Night and of Darkness. There are some who fear it and some who are seduced by it. So I feel like this could definitely be the Light of Korchan. So we're going to put that. But they're not connected. Ooh, I'm not sure what you're... Despite appearances, yeah, they're not connected. Yeah, I think we just keep going. Oh, we got mail. There's an uneasy quiet in town today. There aren't many people out and about. I'm heading straight home as soon as I'm done with my deliveries. That's a good idea. People should not be out and about today. Oh, I have recently come into possession of a number of texts on the subject of arcane artifacts. You are welcome to them if they are of any use. If I don't hear from you, then I will donate them to the library across the street. The library across the street. Okay. So we need a place that's across from the library. And I think there's only the Woodsworth Library that's in town. That's 26. So we assume it is here. These are both kind of across the street from the library. So I'm gonna go with there. Okay. Several of the scrolls look promising, but they are written in the Draidic script, and my understanding is too rudimentary to make use of them. If Verona was around, I'm sure she could translate them, but she isn't, and I can't. We have an item that can translate stuff. Now, I don't... Ah! No! I didn't mean to! Okay. Go back. Okay. Impressive. If there was more than one library in the small town, that would be crazy. Yeah, I really hope we can cure all the people with the black eyes, but I don't know what to do about that. As of right now, at least. Okay. What was I looking for? I got sidetracked. Translate. Translation? There's no way translation's like a keyword in here, right? Mind. Translation! Bablia. Okay. This can translate stuff, so we need the Bablia. And I know that it's probably like Bablia, like Tower of Babel, but I like Bablia. The effect of the Bablia makes my head spin, and I close my eyes tight for a moment as my mind catches up. The pages swirl and blur in front of me, letters and words floating in and out of focus. After a time, I find that I can read them, though it takes some effort, and I feel drained as I reach the end. I feel like if I played this game, I would want to make word index words myself as well. Yeah. Yeah. I keep thinking I want notes, but I'm also like, taking notes is a slippery slope. Especially when there's already so many books. Water's shadow. It's alleged that a water's shadow can be used to pass through solid matter, but the art has long faded from memory. The items themselves are often uninteresting, producing only a faint thaumic field, perhaps as a result of going unused for many years. I do remember there was, I think it might have been this. There was something earlier that I was like, man, that's a really like faint thaumic field. Is it this? I mean, this thaumic field's definitely more faint than others. I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, I could almost see it being the pot, because this seems kind of faint, but I think maybe this is more faint. Yeah, that definitely seems more faint. I'm gonna think that might be the water's edge. Yep. Yeah, you're right there, Pharaoh. It was my thoughts exactly. Okay, water's edge, or water's shadow. Okay. So let's see. So, water's shadow. And then we got another one. Now, I didn't quite see what it was. Oh, Bloodbeck. I don't recognize that. Okay. Was once thought that these objects could be used to commune with the dead, but it is now widely believed that such a thing is not possible. It is not known where the strange voices that emanate from a Bloodbeck originate, but there are some who believe they are the voices of the nameless god. Okay. So that's most likely this. Because, yeah, you hear chanting. Yeah. So I'm gonna say that's the Bloodbeck. Bloodbeck. Okay. Alright, next customer. Anne Bryant. With all that's been happening in Undermere, I picked the worst week possible to lose my Brigid charm. I hope that you have one that I can replace it with. Okay, I think this is a Brigid charm. Yes, alright, sick. Resembles the triple goddess, yeah. Vessel of the Argyle, vessel of the earth, used in various Dradic rituals. Dradic is that one. Okay. In various Dradic rituals. I mean, this is Dradic. And this literally says earth on it. Yeah. Okay. This is almost certainly that then. Argyle. Argyle, I think was how it was spelled. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is getting easier as we have less and less objects to like keep track of. So we gotta change that to green. That is confirmed. And we might just start having this be like the confirmed overlap shelf, because right now we are running out of space on the other side. Stone cold. That seems cool and chill. Not worrying at all. Very chill. Chill as the grave, you could say. Alright. Eli White. I'm sorry, I did not intend to be away for so long. I trust the shop has not been too much trouble to look after in my absence. I have learned a lot from my time in Oxford. There is a powerful dark article here in Undermere called the Nayland Casket. And now you're telling me that my foolish half-wit of a brother has had it in his museum this whole time? I know how to destroy it, but it's not going to be easy. Whatever happens, it must not be opened. We will need to create a pillar of Colaris. From what I gather, such a feat has not been attempted in over 500 years. I just hope there's enough time to prepare. I'm afraid I can't stay, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Bruh, he keeps coming, dropping bombshells, and then leaving. Eli is alive. I do have more space to the right of the unconfirmed. The thing is, I want everything to be viewable, but that's not possible. So, it is what it is. Okay, let's see. A pillar of Colaris is a powerful blast of energy that can consume the darkness. In my opinion, it is the safest way to destroy powerful dark articles. It can only be produced at a place of significant thaumic convergence. Strength and weakness, light and darkness align the opposing powers at opposing compass points. With Corchin's light, the strong will be made weak and the dark will be made light. I don't trust this. I don't know. This... the strong will be made weak and the... I don't know. I don't know. And this is Light of Corchan. With Corchan's light, the strong will be made weak and the dark will be made light. Pillar of Colaris, powerful blast of energy. Okay, so we have the Light of Corchan. Strength and weakness. Align the opposing powers at opposing compass points. Strength, weakness, light, and dark. He says that so casually. Yeah. I don't know about this. These both are like, I feel like I kind of have the answer to them, but I don't really know what to do with that answer. This one less so, like we have the Light of Corchan, I think, but can only be produced at a place of significant thaumic convergence. Strength and weakness, light and dark, align the opposing powers at opposing compass points. You have something that creates light. Do you have something that makes dark? Strength and weakness, fortnance and witherance. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So we have like witherants here. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just put it there for now. And then Fortinance is here. And then we have the sun. I mean, the sun bond's also here. And then there was the thing that got darker. There was the thing that, like, in darkness it... The shadow hold? We used to contain a spirit. No. Also, dark article. The only thing we have is truth conduit. Use. Oh, its designation is a dark article, though. That's okay. So that's not it. And the sun bond is just, yeah, it's can pierce the darkness. Frigate charm. Veiled fen, maybe? Colored in the light, but it clouds over after a short period in total darkness. So that doesn't quite create darkness. I mean, it just, like, it clouds over after a period of darkness. Pit. Ready to emit powerful vibrations. I just passed what I was looking for. What's the cloak again? Can create a sphere of enshrouding darkness. Okay. So the Tenenbrand cloak. I don't even remember. Tenenbrand cloak. Potentially. Could be. Oh. Okay. So these items might mean something. They also might not. I'm gonna put these over here for now, just in case. And then the sun bond's in the middle. Okay. Let's help our next customer. Alright, Isabella Stowe. I've had my energy drained by some disturbing evil power. For days now I've felt tired and frail, and then today I found something that horrified me. Beneath my bed I discovered a carved wooden effigy with a strange symbol painted upon it. I don't know who has done this to me, but all I want for now is to lift this feeling of weakness. Oh. Feels constricted. Subject to sensation of burning. That's definitely not it. Mind. Vivid nightmares. Okay, none of there's me, but all I know is for now feel weakness. I mean, is that a witherance potentially? Witherance. Verse put to more malicious use. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I could give her a fortnance, potentially. Then zapped, whether by exertion or by a hex. Well, let's try giving her a fortnance. Okay. Okay. That seems an unlikely coincidence if we're just doing, like, the strength and weakness thing. Wasn't one of the things you found the opposite of weakness? Yeah, so that seems, when we were just talking about it, that seems unlikely of a coincidence, but maybe. Susan Hill. Oh, I would like a bloodback. The nameless ones are restless. I am ready to hear their voices. Okay. Korchena. These are used to call on the guile and wisdom of the goddess Korchen. She is the goddess of earth, creation, and rebirth. It is maintained by some these are not objects of power, but they exude an imposing aura that is hard to explain. Okay. So that's the bloodback. The call, guile and wisdom, the goddess. She is the goddess of earth, creation, and birth. Maintained by some of these objects. These are not objects of power, but they exude an imposing aura that's hard to explain. An imposing aura. Okay, so let's look at like physical perception of things. Because the only other is unsettling, eyes that pierce the soul. But is it, and also Korchena's, yeah, it's like the snake. So that could be call on. Yeah, we're gonna put Korchena here. Okay. Let's end our day. Thaddeus runs along the dark corridor, his eyes wide with terror. He clutches the largest remaining shard of the shattered Luminia in his hand. He only has one thought in his head. He must not allow his pursuers to reach the casket. He will draw them to the armory. It's his only hope. His heart sinks as he rounds the corner. No! 3 more black-eyed assailants are coming from the other direction. He is trapped. His final thoughts are consumed by fear. There's nothing stopping them now. The casket will be opened. It's all his fault. It festered and pulsated until it could no longer be contained. Some part of it reached out from the darkness, creating eyes so that it might find itself and hands so that it might open itself. The casket wanted to be opened. That sucks. I really hope Thaddeus didn't like die. Maybe he's just knocked out. Oh, that's sad. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and the arcane. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and arcane. I mean, there's a library there. There's this library. Books and scrolls of the esoteric and arcane. I don't think that would be any of those. Books and scrolls on the esoteric and arcane. Maybe we'll try the library and we'll just see what happens. Oh, okay. Entering the library, I am drawn to a dark alcove, round to the right, bearing the title Esoterica and Arcana. I'm sure there is much to learn here, but sadly, a cursory glance is all I have time for today. Piled up on a reading desk, I find books on ornithology alongside bestiaries of the old world. You can learn a lot about a person from the books that they read. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and arcana. So if it lies below the library, this is the first floor, this is the ground floor. If you go down the staircase and then... Couldn't it be like any of these rooms? Because we don't know where it's at in the library. Yeah, the library is on the second floor, but there are so many rooms below the library. Maybe here, because it has a symbol? I'm gonna try it. Nope. Okay. I'm just not understanding. What did it say again? Okay, I'm entering the library. I've drawn to a dark alcove around to the right. And it's kind of showing like right here. Piled up on the reading desk. Oh wait, no. It's showing here. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. So now I need to go back and look at specifically... It was here. It was like right here. So it should be in this room. Okay, it could only be the room to the right, right? Or I'm wrong. Nope, okay. So we're the... Yeah. Okay. So it was slightly to the right of where I thought. As I open the door, I'm hit by the musty smell of damp. The room hasn't been entered for some time. The corner of the room is piled high with scrolls of parchment and old books. But underneath the debris, I find something of interest. Okay. What is this? Inner perception. Nothing. Scent and sound. Nothing. Sense of touch. Polished. Weathered. Turquoise gemstone. A piece of driftwood. Oh, okay. Wait, this is probably the shin. I'm gonna guess that this is the shin. Because this is what was supposed to have to, it was like made of things from the ocean and like all that. Yeah, almost looks like it is driftwood, apparently. Okay. Alright, let's start helping people, hopefully. Eli White. The museum was ransacked last night. I went looking for my brother, but he's nowhere to be found. The good news is they didn't find what they were looking for. I moved the casket myself and hid it here in one of Strange Antiquities' vaults. It's safe for now, but we can't leave it here for long. I have more to prepare, but I've left instructions on how to access the vault in the desk drawer. Okay. The candle that gives off no light. The anchor that has never touched the ocean. The finger, but not of flesh. God damn it. The finger, but not of flesh is gonna be the freaking witch's thing, and it's gonna be the tree, and I'm mad as heck. It's fine. I'm fine. Alright, we got the candle that gives off no light. The anchor that's never touched the ocean is like there's like the soul anchor or something. Shadow anchor. Is that, yeah, shadow anchor. I do not remember at all what the shadow anchor looks like, so. The shadow hold. Oh, shadow anchor. There we go. Shadow anchor. If I put this friggin' tree I hate this so much. Like, that was smart. I'm like not upset at you. I'm upset at not getting it, and I'm upset at the game for making me feel like it was a witch's finger this entire time and giving me objects like this that look like a witch's finger. How dare a puzzle game be puzzling? How dare it? Okay. The thing is, like, I don't know that I want to get it out. Like, I'm supposed to, right? But, like, if I don't get it out, could I just, like, hide it? Pretend I don't have it? You know? A complex feeling comes over me. It is both horrifying and yet compelling. Blackened wood and gold. Alright. David Schaefer. The lake has turned black. Fuck. Oh, no. As omens go, I'd say that's probably a quite bad one. But the mail won't deliver itself. David, go home. I'm gonna be honest, go home. I don't know. To some extent, like, is this going to, like, help me save the town? Found this note in an old writing desk up at Glenstone Castle. I expect it will mean more to you. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. It feels all too present as we hurtle towards winter and a terrible unknown fate. The game is definitely making me want to open it because they're saying so much not to open it. Ugh. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. Okay. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. So we need to look up the herbology, and that's fear. And let me remind myself real quick what autumn looks like. This is the acorn. Okay. Alright. Fear. Fear in autumn. Rising in winter. Right? Rising in winter. And this is winter. I searched the room at the foot of the western tower quite thoroughly before finding a stash of papers. before finding a stash papers. Yep, okay. To my dismay, they are largely the scrawlings of a madman, but in amongst the nonsense, there is some valuable information. Oh, Jesus. Stormward and something else. Okay. Let's look at what those were before we continue. No. Okay, I didn't think we had this many. Okay, Stormward. These simple items supposedly grant a low level of protection against the elements, but this author has personally become soaked to the bone in one too many downpours to trust those claims. They are made from metal, typically bronze or iron. Okay. And Manus, I think, is the other. According to Whitlock, these are lighter than an evocant by half. Not exactly the most useful insight. They are carried by desert nomads who use them to conjure precious water from the cool night air. Okay. Sure. And a Stormward and a Manus. Low level protection. They're made from bronze and iron. Could still be the Z. I still don't know what that is. This does have the turquoise gemstone, which I believe is like the whole water thing. An evocant. Okay. Time to get out the scales. Alright, we got an evocant, which weighs almost exactly a pound. So we need something that weighs like exactly half a pound, which that does. Does this? Fuck. Okay. Well, multiple things, I guess, can weigh half a pound. Who would have thought? Also, we gotta label this as witch's fingers. Fingers. Okay. Well, a lot of things weigh half a pound, I guess. That doesn't. I think there's a good chance that this is a Stormward. So we're just gonna put it. Well, no, wait. It wasn't the Stormward that I thought that was. I was thinking that was a Manus. Because it has, like, the pulling water from the air. Yeah. And that's the one that's half the time. Or half the weight. Okay. Now, Stormwards are typically made out of bronze or iron. This is bronze, but it has a green it has so many things going on. And this is also made out of bronze. What does the Zahia thing say again? Let's see. Zahia, worn about the neck, innocent looking items, instill a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Any single material except wood or clay typically have no symbol or other writings upon their surface. Okay. Well, this does. Cool. So this is either a stone ward or something else. We're just gonna keep going. What are the symbols on the round amulet? I think there's a lot of symbols on it. I mean, like it has this one, I believe. So as wind. Now let's see. I think we can put it down here, and I think we've been able to do this like once. Maybe. I don't remember how we did this in the past. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it has, I assume it's snow, wind, thunder, fog. Oh shit, that's probably the stone ward then. Yeah. Fog, hail. Yeah, so this is probably the stone ward. Most likely. Alright, well, and if that's the stone ward, then we currently have all of the items except I think we have all of these, like, or at least like thoughts on what these are all. Warren's Folly, Manus, Shin, Spirit Eye, Storm Ward, Witch's Finger, Weaving Edge, Water's Shadow. Yeah, we got Weaving Edges down there. Okay. Yeah, so we got one of everything. We should be like ready to rock and roll. Now I'll say there's not an option to open this box. Not yet, at least. So we'll see. All right, Barton Potter. I've discovered the missing puzzle piece. There is an ancient shrine to the nameless gods at the skull of Blencartha. It seems humanity tried worshipping them once, long ago, before we learned how little they care for us. We must take the casket there. Whatever happens, we must not allow it to be opened. There's an ancient shrine to the nameless gods at the skull of Blencartha. I don't know that I'm going to, but I guess, like, let's, like, make sure we know where the skull of Blencartha is, in case we decide to do it. Is that on our map? Because that's crazy. I don't know about you, but taking it to the nameless god shrine seems like a bad idea to me. I agree. I don't think... Yeah, he was also the curse guy, yeah. I don't... Maybe in the catacombs? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's this. I'm sure it's that. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that. We're just gonna go about our business, go about our day, wait to hear back from Eli. Maybe speak of the devil. He's right there. It's time to end this. Now. Bring the casket to the pit. Okay. So we have two options. Also, the pit? I don't know. Yeah, I think we're gonna trust that Eli knows better. I think we're gonna trust our boss knows better. And we're gonna bring it to the pit. Right? Right? Does our boss know better? Do we trust the curse guy or our boss, who's like kind of thinks that we're a dipshit? But like,
Can you use the cursed guy?
No, we just have to like we have to do what one of them says. We have to.
What do they say?
One wants us to take this like item one place, and one wants us to take it another place.
What do they both want with the item?
Theoretically, the same thing. I think he wants to destroy it, and the other guy was like, "Take it to the nameless gods. They won't open it for some reason."
Do you know who the nameless gods are?
I would trust Eli over cursed guy. Yeah.
Do they seem like they wouldn't open it?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, in theory, maybe, because, like, it would let a lot of power out into the world.
And they don't fuck with that?
Because they have the power, so they wouldn't want, like, other people to have it.
Okay.
I think we're going to take it to the pit. The nameless god is the people who cursed him. Yeah. I think we're going to take it to the pit.
Yeah, it sounds like he owes money to the mob. It sounds like he's trying to pay off his debt.
This is like the end.
Oh, shit.
The sun is low in the sky as we arrive at the pit, casting a warm light across the treetops and the open fields. A solitary raven cries out from the tree line, and I look to the skies, but they are empty. The pit itself is an ominous sight that the otherwise serene atmosphere can do nothing to diminish. It is a scorched black hole, perhaps 5 meters in diameter, that has an unnatural look to it. This is a site of thaumic convergence. It is no simple thing to destroy an object of this kind. We need to set opposing powers at opposing compass points, strength and weakness, darkness and light. And finally, we need the light of Korchan to bind them. Okay. Strength and weakness, darkness and light, and the light of Korchan. Do we use that or do we use this? I feel like we just try it. We try it. Eli inspects my work. His face shows little emotion, but he seems satisfied. By now, the sun has finished setting, and only a hint of red afterglow remains in the darkening sky. The raven croaks his mournful cry once again, but this time there is a reply, and then another. I look above and see several dark shapes circling above. Quickly, now! They're here. I spin round to follow Eli's gaze, and my pulse quickens as I look across the field. A large group of shadowy figures is walking steadily towards us. We can't see their faces at this distance in the low light, but I'd be willing to bet that every one of them has pools of midnight for eyes. In the sky above, the ravens continue to grow in number, and their caws and cries get louder and louder. I look down at the black object in my hands, such a small thing, and yet its seductive power is impossible to ignore. It wants to be opened. Suddenly, it feels inevitable. The casket, now! But I'm not sure I want to give it to him. What does the Wysit core do? I can't even remember. Freezing. Oh yeah, that would just be to like stave him off. I think we give him the casket. The wave of intoxicating power washes over me, but I hold strong. I hand over the casket, and together we begin activating the items arranged around the pit. Working as fast as we can, it still takes longer than we'd like, and when I look up again, the thaumaturge has fear in his eyes. It's not working. He is clutching the light of Korchan, but it is lifeless in his hands. Oh my god! What? Such a shame. I turn to see the occult scholar. Her eyes are black, and she has a dread vivant in her hands. Where did she get that from? Not strange antiques, I hope. She must be using it to dampen the power of the light of Korchan. We will take the casket now. It will be opened. All around us, the black-eyed mob shrieks and cheers, jostling and shoving and tripping over one another in their frantic race to reach the casket. Those at the front are nearly upon us. All hope is lost. But the thaumaturge thinks faster than I do. He quickly activates a Daedalus link and floats out across the pit, clutching the casket. The mob around me pays me no attention. They only have eyes for the casket. Eli begins to speak, quietly at first, and then raising in volume until he is almost shouting. I am no longer afraid. I am the dirt beneath the ground and the rock below that. I am the dust stretched thin across empty space. I am everything cold and dead and dying. But I am also the heat and the light, the wind, the ice, and the fire, the leaves on the trees, and the water in the river. I am everything warm and alive and living. At that moment, Eli locks eyes with me, and suddenly I understand what I need to do. I charge forward and tackle the possessed scholar. I grapple with her, trying to prize the dread Vivant from her hands, but she is surprisingly wiry and strong. We teeter closer and closer to the edge of the pit, and cold fear hits my stomach as I look down into its inky depths. With one last burst of energy, I grab Verona and twist my body, pushing with all my strength. She scrambles as the bare dirt at the edge, but she is unable to find purchase, and she falls. I will never forget the look of shock, horror on her face as she plunges into the darkness of the pit. Eli wastes no time. As soon as he is able to, he activates the light of fortune. Time stands still, and then there is a rush and a roar as a swirling vortex of blue-green light races up out of the pit. The full force of it strikes Eli, and he is obliterated by its power. The casket is sent soaring up into the night sky, where it seems to hang for a moment, turning slowly in the air until with a shrieking, splintering crash, it shatters into 1,000 pieces, and then there is nothing but smoke and the smell of ozone, and all is quiet. Oh my god. Eli's death has hit me hard in the aftermath of the events of the pit. Without his sacrifice, the casket would have surely been opened and devastation and horror unleashed on the world. But it is Verona that keeps me up at night. I have spoken to her daughter, Simone. She does not blame me, but I can't help replaying it over and over in my mind, trying to will a different outcome into existence. I fear I will forever be haunted by it. It has been some small comfort to learn that those who were under the casket's spell have been released. They remember nothing from their ordeal, but there seems to be no lingering ill effects, and Dr. Robertson says they have all made a full recovery. Sacrifice himself to see it killed by your own hand. She's able to paint again and is enjoying the quiet life. Perhaps alive, perhaps sensibly, he left Undermere. Disaster loomed on the horizon. Bonnie Robertson insane. Her thoughts are scattered after being sliced with the diverging hook. Audrey Bell deceased, murdered by her own bloodthirsty followers when the casket was not opened. Francesca Robertson alive. She is glad that her patients recovered, but saddened by the one she could not save. He stayed at Castle Gleason and weathered the storm. Hungerford, insane. He never recovered after falling deeper into the trance. His mind is forever broken. No! Thaddeus White, deceased. He perished, believing that the casket would be opened. Simone Green alive, missing her mother. Jupiter, rescued, fully recovered from his catnapping ordeal. Casket has been destroyed, but at what cost? That's so sad! I didn't think Verona was gonna die! Oh, man. Or Eli. Ugh. That was sad. That was good, but it was sad. Man. Day 19. Epilogue. Tess Sherwood. My father is suffering from Morgan's insanity. His doctors have given up on him, but Dr. Robinson told me there may be a way to save him. She said it might be possible to stop the infection spreading by cutting the poisonous thoughts from his mind, but she said it was beyond her skill. Is it Morgan's Folly? Hobsphere and Noctic Sight. These tend to take the form of a comforting. Does a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, making them open to suggestibility. No. I want to do the epilogue, but it's also just like, I don't know. I'm sad. The diverging hook that cuts things from mine is a way to carve thoughts from the mind of another. Yeah. Let's see. Diverging hook, where are you? Oh, right there. Peggy Grafton. There's an old hermit living out past wastewater who barely comes into town. He brings me lists now and then for odd things. This time he wants something with that will pull water from thin air. No idea if he's mad or onto something, but I thought I'd ask. The pull water from thin air was the muse. Or was the manus. If you've got ending 7, then surely must be different endings. Yeah, I'm sure there are, especially like if I had taken the box to the catacombs, like something else would have happened. But I don't know. Manus. Item identified. Cecil Bateman. My lungs are shot. The doctors have told me to settle my affairs, but I'm not ready to give up. Not yet. I've heard a local story about a witch of Undermere and her healing abilities. They said it's dangerous and painful, but sometimes it works. Let me give you the tree. Also, this is correctly the Light of Fortune. Owen Fox. My farm is deceased, my crops won't hold, and even the animals are uneasy. My old man says the earth's angry. He says I should call upon Korchan for wisdom and blessings. Can you help? This land's all I've got. Korchena. Yep. Well, I like this. We get to, like, solve everything. We get to make sure, like, we have everything correctly identified. So this is nice. Martha Chapman. I collect rare artifacts, especially those with, shall we say, questionable uses. A weaving edge has always fascinated me. I don't plan on using it, heavens no. Blood magic, old traditions, I simply must have it. It just seems... Do we have one of those? A weaving edge? We should, right? Weaving edge. Did we already identify it? Oh wait, no, this is the weaving edge down here. That's right. Okay. There we go. Francis Mason. I've read the tales of Calaris from cover to cover. I am surprised to learn of some of the powers he could wield. Did you know that he could walk through walls? I read that he used water's shadow, but that we have lost the knowledge of how they work over the years. I don't expect I'll get very far with it, but I'd like to study one all the same. Who knows, perhaps I'll succeed where others have failed. That would be crazy to just be like, yep, I'm gonna walk through walls now, hee hee. With this old trinket I've now collected, that would be crazy. I'm questioning the ethics of just selling these items to anyone. Seems a bit crazy how dangerous they are. I agree. Gus Folly. I've been studying old texts, references to things hidden beneath the surface of our world. They mention the use of a spirit eye to see beyond the black veil. It's something I'd like to experience for myself. No, yeah, like, just selling this random guy a spirit eye, I agree. But they don't give me an option to not sell it to him. But also, like, what would Eli have wanted? Eli, I don't think would want me to be selling these items either. But we're here now. He's not. So that's what it is. Need your help. We found a cave out past the old mill. Inside, some sort of mirrors was casting a strange beam of light. My brother walked into it. Now he's stuck, pulled this way and that way, like some dancing marionette. I came here as fast as I could because I remembered you have a way to draw dark power away from the body. Could that work here? Sure. Or that lady in the deck, the nameless god ritual. Yeah. Alice Holtby. My grandmother followed the old ways. She kept a Druidic altar in the cellar. She believed in asking for nature's blessing before a harvest. I found a note about a ritual meant to bring abundance, but it needs an Argyle. This seems like the place to find one. That one seems more okay, but also still, like, I found an altar in my basement, haha. Little sketch there. Tommy Brown. I work the riverbed searching for stones. Amethyst, jade, maybe vivinite if I'm lucky. It's hard to spot them in the muck, but I heard about these remnants that let you feel the glimmer through the dirt. Worth a shot. Remnants that let you feel the glimmer through the dirt? Is that something I still have yet to feel the glimmer through the dirt? Is that a... What does the pit do? Make a pit, let you represent the earth. Energies bounce in such a way. Capable of cracking solid rock. That doesn't seem right. These people have issues with curses. I agree. Stormward's not right. Zephyrum? Power of the Wind? Pretty sure he's the Suggestibility. This must be something I already... Corvan's Might doesn't seem right. Pretty sure it's not as a he. Yeah. Feel the glimmer through the dirt. Is that the, like, is that the candle? Invisible light that peels back and glimpse into the past. Aries remnant? Where colors and tones and light and shadow can be felt through touch. Oh. I don't know. How did you remember that? That's crazy that you remember that's what that does. I did not. Thomas Pope. He's back. We've hit a bit of a snag, and I've had to shut down the quarry. Our dynamic supplier has had a little accident. I'll spare you the details. Wonder if there's anything among your fine collection that could get us up and running again in the short term. I'm losing money by the minute. Yeah, you need a Zephyrum, I think. Right? Isn't that the thing that splits rock? Or is that the pit? Oh yeah, it's the pit. Try that out. Man, this feels like speed running. I know that speedrunners are much faster than this, but crazy given how long it is. He said remnant, and I looked at the entry that had the same name. Definitely did not remember what it did. My thesis... Okay, William Wheatley. My thesis is on the psychology of fear, but books can only take me so far. I need to feel it properly. I'm sure you have something. Pretty sure that's gonna be the Zahia. Right? Yeah. After all this time, is that correct? It is. There we go. After many years of trying to decide what that was. Althea O'Shea. I've been looking into Corvan, the Bloody Queen, for a book on historical figures that I'm writing. I'm finding it surprisingly difficult to verify much of her story. I was hoping to take a look at one of the bloodstone artifacts that was created in her name, if you have one, of course. Would you know, I do. This guy seems crazy. Let's give him this thing that will curse him. Well, yeah. That's kind of insane to be like, I'm studying fear. Give me something that's gonna give me as much fear as possible and make me feel like intense fear. That is insane of him. But, you know, if you want to feel intense pain and you know that you're going in with that, I trust that more than most of these other people. Alright, Constance Batter. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, just shifting their thinking a little. Sometimes all it takes is a suggestion in the right state of mind. Do you have anything suitable? Okay. Like this. Like, this is not... I shouldn't give her a Morgan's Folly. I shouldn't. But if we're finishing the game, that's what we're gonna do. Like, it's kind of their fault, you know, for asking. But also, that really brings back, like, no wonder this town's cursed. Jane Fairburn. My sons are out of control. Jail doesn't teach them anything. A year behind bars and they come back worse. I want them to feel the wrong they've done, real penance, so they might change their ways. What's the thing that makes you feel like guilt? Fear, guilt, binding seed. Yeah. Dude, crazy. I mean, to be fair, if my sons had done a year in jail, I'd probably want them to fear Gil as well. Like a Peach. Let's mind control people. Brother captains a small fishing vessel in Heritages. There was a big storm last month and 2 boats never came home. I remember what the old sailors used to carry. Charms, tokens, things to keep the sea calm, or at least keep you afloat. I want to give him something like that, just in case. Here's the shin. Alright. Now we have 2 more. Lillian Higgins. I'm full of righteous anger. I won't be taken advantage of anymore. It's time to fight back against my tormentor. He has bullied and threatened me all my adult life, and I've had enough. What does the Zephyrum do again? That's like the wind, right? So, like, that's not as bad. It's not like undeniable pain. Deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. Sure, man. Protection of drowning is nice. Like, that's a nice little thing. But most of these, and like this one, can we give rain again? Soaked to the bone before I'm halfway through my rounds. I'm fed up with it. I've got a few bob to spare if you know a way to keep me dry. Dude, I would give him this if I could, without taking money. David Schaefer, my mailman, man, he's the best. And I would not charge him. If I could. Alright. With that, I am done. Time for a well-earned rest, right after I give Jupiter one last scratch behind the ears. Good night, Jupiter. Alright. And we end the day. And thus the game. Alright. That was good. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Well, it seems like the lake is cursed, but I still have my job. Look, my mailman is the best. And I would have given him that charm for free at the beginning of this game, because he's the best. And I don't think people should be forced to work while the world is ending, personally. But, you know, that's a crazy out there opinion, maybe. But, you know, him working and giving me the mail might have stopped the end of the world, and we don't know. So, tip your mailman, I guess, is the point of this game. But yeah, I had a good time. Next time I play a game here, it will probably involve a lot less reading. I have realized that is the main thing I did not like about playing this, is there was a lot of reading and a lot of things that if you didn't remember it, it wasn't as fun to watch the stream. So, thank you all for joining, and I'm glad you had fun watching, and I might be back at some point for a different game. Mega and I've talked about a couple things, and Mega will be back with a theory stream on Friday. But till then, peace out, guys, and we'll see you later.